Poet's Son. The date was the 13th of May, 1841. Ed. Return footnote C. Compare a letter from Wordsworth to Sir George Beaumont, written in November 1806, and one to Lady Beaumont in December 1806. Ed. Return footnote D. The 18th of March, 1708. The Coleridges left us. A cold windy morning. Walked with them halfway. On our return, sheltered under the hollies during a hail shower. The withered leaves danced with the hailstones. William wrote a description of the storm. Dorothy Wordsworth's Alfoxden Journal. Ed. Return contents the Thorn composed the 19th of March, 1798. Published 1798. The poem in the editions of 1800 to 1805. Wordsworth added the following note to this poem. This poem ought to have been preceded by an introductory poem, which I have been prevented from writing by never having felt myself in a mood when it was probable that I should write it well. The character which I have here introduced speaking is sufficiently common. The reader will perhaps have a general notion of it, if he has ever known a man, a captain of a small trading vessel for example, who being past the middle age of life, had retired upon an annuity or small independent income to some village or country town of which he was not a native, or in which he had not been accustomed to live. Such men having little to do become credulous and talkative from indolence, and from the same cause, and other predisposing causes by which it is probable that such men may have been affected, they are prone to superstition. On which account it appeared to me proper to select a character like this to exhibit some of the general laws by which superstition acts upon the mind. Superstitious men are almost always men of slow faculties and deep feelings. Their minds are not loose but adhesive. They have a reasonable share of imagination, by which word I mean the faculty which produces impressive effects out of simple elements, but they are utterly destitute of fancy, the power by which pleasure and surprise are excited by sudden varieties of situation and by accumulated imagery. It was my wish in this poem to show the manner in which such men cleave to the same ideas, and to follow the turns of passion, always different, yet not palpably different, by which their conversation is swayed. I had two objects to attain. First, to represent a picture which should not be unimpressive yet consistent with the character that should describe it. Secondly, while I adhered to the style in which such persons describe, to take care that words, which in their minds are impregnated with passion, should likewise convey passion to readers who are not accustomed to sympathize with men feeling in that manner or using such language. It seemed to me that this might be done by calling in the assistance of lyrical and rapid meter. It was necessary that the poem, to be natural, should in reality move slowly, yet I hoped that, by the aid of the meter, to those who should at all enter into the spirit of the poem, it would appear to move quickly. The reader will have the kindness to excuse this note, as I am sensible that an introductory poem is necessary to give this poem its full effect. Upon this occasion I will request permission to add a few words closely connected with the Thorn and many other poems in these volumes. There is a numerous class of readers who imagine that the same words cannot be repeated without tautology. This is a great error. Virtual tautology is much oftener produced by using different words when the meaning is exactly the same. Words, a poet's words more particularly, ought to be weighed in the balance of feeling and not measured by the space which they occupy upon paper. For the reader cannot be too often reminded that poetry is passion, it is the history or science of feelings. Now every man must know that an attempt is rarely made to communicate impassioned feelings without something of an accompanying consciousness of the inadequateness of our own powers, or the deficiencies of language. During such efforts there will be a craving in the mind, and as long as it is unsatisfied the speaker will cling to the same words, or words of the same character. There are also various other reasons why repetition and apparent tautology are frequently beauties of the highest kind. Among the chief of these reasons is the interest which the mind attaches to words, not only as symbols of the passion, but as things, active and efficient, which are of themselves part of the passion. And further, from a spirit of fondness, exultation, and gratitude, the mind luxuriates in the repetition of words which appear successfully to communicate its feelings. The truth of these remarks might be shown by innumerable passages from the Bible and from the impassioned poetry of every nation. Awake, awake, Deborah! Awake, awake, utter a song, arise Barak, and lead captivity captive, thou son of Abinoam. At her feet he bowed, he fell, he lay down, at her feet he bowed, he fell, where he bowed there he fell down dead. Why is his chariot so long in coming? Why tarry the wheels of his chariot? Judges, chap v verses 12th, 27th, and part of 28th. See also the whole of that tumultuous and wonderful poem. The poem of the Thorn, as the reader will soon discover, is not supposed to be spoken in the author's own person. The character of the loquacious narrator will sufficiently show itself in the course of the story. WW Advertisement to Lyrical Ballads 1798. Al Folkestone, 1798. Arose out of my observing, on the ridge of Quantock Hill, on a stormy day, a thorn, which I had often passed in calm and bright weather, without noticing it. I said to myself, cannot I by some invention do as much to make this thorn permanently as an impressive object as the storm has made it to my eyes at this moment? I began the poem accordingly, and composed it with great rapidity. Sir George Beaumont painted a picture from it, which Wilkie thought his best. He gave it me, though when he saw it several times at Rydal Mount afterwards, he said, I could make a better, and would like to paint the same subject over again. The sky in this picture is nobly done, but it reminds one too much of Wilson. The only fault, however, of any consequence is the female figure, which is too old and decrepit for one likely to frequent an eminence on such a call. If. The Thorn was always placed among the poems of the imagination. Ed. The poem stanza text variant footnote line I. There is a thorn, it looks so old, in truth, You'd find it hard to say how it could ever have been young, it looks so old and grey. Not higher than a 2 years child it stands erect, this aged thorn, no leaves it has, no prickly points, it is a mass of knotted joints, a wretched thing forlorn. It stands erect, and like a stone with lichens is it overgrown. 1 2 5 10 2 Like rock or stone, it is o'ergrown, with lichens to the very top, and hung with heavy tufts of moss, a melancholy crop, up from the earth these mosses creep, and this poor thorn they clasp it round so close, you'd say that they are bent with plain and manifest intent to drag it to the ground, and all have joined in one endeavour to bury this poor thorn forever. 3 4 15 23 High on a mountain's highest ridge, where oft the stormy winter gale cuts like a scythe, while through the clouds it sweeps from vale to vale, not 5 yards from the mountain path, this thorn you on your left espy, and to the left, 3 yards beyond, you see a little muddy pond of water, never dry though but of compass small, and bare to thirsty suns and parching air. 5 a.m. 25:34 And, close beside this aged thorn, there is a fresh and lovely sight, a beauteous heap, a hill of moss, just half a foot in height. All lovely colours there you see, all colours that were ever seen, and mossy network too is there, as if by hand of lady fair the work had woven been, and cups, the darlings of the eye, so deep is their vermilion dye. 35:40 V Army. What lovely tints are there of olive green and scarlet bright, in spikes, in branches, and in stars, green, red, and pearly white. This heap of earth o'ergrown with moss, which close beside the thorn you see, so fresh in all its beauteous dyes, is like an infant's grave in size, as like can be, but never, never anywhere, an infant's grave was half so fair. 45 50 55 6 Now would you see this aged thorn, this pond, and beauteous hill of moss, you must take care and choose your time the mountain when to cross. For oft there sits between the heap so like an infant's grave in size, and that same pond of which I spoke, a woman in a scarlet cloak, and to herself she cries, "O misery! O misery! O woe is me! O misery!" 660 65 7 At all times of the day and night this wretched woman thither goes, and she is known to every star, and every wind that blows, and there, beside the thorn, she sits when the blue daylight's in the skies, and when the whirlwind's on the hill, or frosty air is keen and still, and to herself she cries, "O misery! O misery! O woe is me! O misery!" 70 75 8 Now wherefore, thus, by day and night, in rain, in tempest, and in snow, thus to the dreary mountain top does this poor woman go? And why sits she beside the thorn when the blue daylight's in the sky, or when the whirlwind's on the hill, or frosty air is keen and still? And wherefore does she cry, "Oh wherefore? Wherefore? Tell me why does she repeat that doleful cry?" 80 85 9 I cannot tell, I wish I could, for the true reason no one knows, but would you gladly view the spot to which she goes, the hillock like an infant's grave, the pond, and thorn, so old and grey, pass by her door, 'tis seldom shut, and, if you see her in her hut, then to the spot away. I never heard of such as dare approach the spot when she is there. 7-8-90-95 But wherefore to the mountain top can this unhappy woman go, whatever star is in the skies, whatever wind may blow? Full 20 years are past and gone since she, her name is Martha Ray, gave with a maiden's true goodwill her company to Stephen Hill, and she was blithe and gay, while friends and kindred all approved of him whom tenderly she loved. 9 10 11 100 105 110 11 And they had fixed the wedding day, the morning that must wed them both, but Stephen to another maid had sworn another oath, and, with this other maid, to church unthinking Stephen went, poor Martha. On that woeful day a pang of pitiless dismay into her soul was sent, a fire was kindled in her breast, which might not burn itself to rest. 12 115 120 12 They say, full 6 months after this, while yet the summer leaves were green, she to the mountain top would go, and there was often seen. What could she seek, or wish to hide? Her state to any eye was plain, she was with child, and she was mad, yet often was she sober sad from her exceeding pain. O guilty father, would that death had saved him from that breach of faith. 13 14 15 125 130 13 Sad case for such a brain to hold communion with a stirring child. Sad case, as you may think, for one who had a brain so wild. Last Christmas Eve we talked of this, and grey-haired Wilfred of the Glen held that the unborn infant wrought about its mother's heart, and brought her senses back again, and, when at last her time drew near, her looks were calm, her senses clear. 16 135 140 14 More know I not, I wish I did, and it should all be told to you. For what became of this poor child no mortal ever knew, nay, if a child to her was born no earthly tongue could ever tell, and if 'twas born alive or dead, far less could this with proof be said. But some remember well, that Martha Ray about this time would up the mountain often climb. 17 18 19 20 145 150 155 15 And all that winter, when at night the wind blew from the mountain peak, 'twas worth your while, though in the dark, the churchyard path to seek, for many a time and oft were heard cries coming from the mountain head, some plainly living voices were, and others, I've heard many swear, were voices of the dead. I cannot think, waiter they say, they had to do with Martha Ray. 160 165 16 But that she goes to this old thorn, the thorn which I described to you, and there sits in a scarlet cloak, I will be sworn is true. For one day with my telescope, to view the ocean wide and bright, when to this country first I came, ere I had heard of Martha's name, I climbed the mountain's height, a storm came on, and I could see no object higher than my knee. 21 170 175 17 'Twas mist and rain, and storm and rain, no screen, no fence could I discover, and then the wind. In sooth, it was a wind full 10 times over. I looked around, I thought I saw a jutting crag, and off I ran, head foremost, through the driving rain, the shelter of the crag to gain, and, as I am a man, instead of jutting crag, I found a woman seated on the ground. 22 180 185 18 I did not speak, I saw her face, it was enough for me, I turned about and heard her cry, "Oh misery! Oh misery!" And there she sits, until the moon through half the clear blue sky will go, and, when the little breezes make the waters of the pond to shake, as all the country know, she shudders, and you hear her cry, "Oh misery! Oh misery!" 23 190 195 19 But what's the thorn? And what the pond? And what the hill of moss to her? And what the creeping breeze that comes the little pond to stir? I cannot tell, but some will say she hanged her baby on the tree, some say she drowned it in the pond, which is a little step beyond, but all and each agree, the little babe was buried there, beneath that hill of moss so fair. 24 200 205 210 XX I've heard, the moss is spotted red with drops of that poor infant's blood, but kill a newborn infant thus, I do not think she could. Some say, if to the pond you go, and fix on it a steady view, the shadow of a babe you trace, a baby and a baby's face, and that it looks at you, whene'er you look on it, 'tis plain the baby looks at you again. 25 215 220 XXI And some had sworn an oath that she should be to public justice brought, and for the little infant's bones with spades they would have sought. But instantly the hill of moss before their eyes began to stir, and, for full 50 yards around, the grass, it shook upon the ground. Yet all do still aver the little babe lies buried there, beneath that hill of moss so fair. 26 27 28 225 230 XXII I cannot tell how this may be, but plain it is the thorn is bound with heavy tufts of moss that strive to drag it to the ground, and this I know, full many a time, when she was on the mountain high, by day, and in the silent night, when all the stars shone clear and bright, that I have heard her cry, "Oh misery! Oh misery! Oh woe is me! Oh misery!" 235 240 Compare the Heart of Midlothian, Volume 3 Chap V edition of 1818 Are ye sure ye ken the way ye are taking us, said Jeanie, who began to imagine that she was getting deeper into the woods, and more remote from the high road. Do I ken the road? Wasna I mony a day living here, and what for shouldna I ken the road? I might ha' forgotten, too, for it was afore my accident, but there are some things ane can never forget, let them try it as muckle as they like. By this time they had gained the deepest part of a patch of woodland. The trees were a little separated from each other, and at the foot of one of them, a beautiful poplar, was a hillock of moss, such as the poet of Grasmere has described in the motto to our chapter. So soon as she arrived at this spot, Madge Wildfire, joining her hands above her head, with a loud scream that resembled laughter, flung herself all at once upon the spot, and remained there lying motionless. Jeanie's first idea was to take the opportunity of flight, but her desire to escape yielded for a moment to apprehension for the poor insane being, who, she thought, might perish for want of relief, With an effort, which, in her circumstances, might be termed heroic, she stooped down, spoke in a soothing tone, and tried to raise up the forlorn creature. She effected this with difficulty, and as she placed her against the tree in a sitting posture, she observed with surprise that her complexion, usually florid, was now deadly pale, and that her face was bathed in tears. Notwithstanding her own extreme danger, Jeannie was affected by the situation of her companion, and the rather that, through the whole train of her wavering and inconsistent state of mind and line of conduct, she discerned a general color of kindness towards herself, for which she felt gratitude. "Let me alone, said the poor young woman, as her paroxysm of sorrow began to abate. "Let me alone, it does me good to weep. I canna shed tears but maybe aince or twice a year, and I come to wet this turf with them, that the flowers may grow fair, and the grass may be green." "But what is the matter with you?" said Jeannie. "Why do you weep so bitterly?" "There's matter enow," replied the lunatic, "mair than a puy mind can bear, I trow. Stay a bit, and I'll tell you about it, for I like ye, Jeannie Deans. A body spoke weel about ye when we lived in the Pleasaunce. And I mind the drink o' milk ye gae me yon day, when I had been on Arthur's Seat for 24 hours, looking for the ship that somebody was sailing in. Ed. Variant 1, 1836, Thorny. 1798. Return to Variant Mark Variant 2, 1836, it is overgrown. 1798. Return Variant 3, 1836, were. 1798. Return Variant 4, 1836, had. 1798. Return Variant 5, 1820. I've measured it from side to side, T's 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. 1798. Return Variant 6, 1827. That's like. 1798. Return Variant 7, 1827. But if you'd. 1798. Return Variant 8, 1827. The heap that's like. 1798. Return Variant 9, in the editions 1798 to 1815. Nay, rack your brain, 'tis all in vain, I'll tell you everything I know, but to the thorn, and to the pond which is a little step beyond, I wish that you would go. Perhaps when you are at the place you something of her tale may trace. 11. I'll give you the best help I can. Before you up the mountain go, up to the dreary mountain top, I'll tell you all I know. Return Variant 10, 1845. 'Tis now some 22 years, 'tis known, that 20 years are past. 1798, 1820. Return Variant 11, 1820. And she was happy, happy still whene'er she thought of Stephen Hill. 1798. Return Variant 12, 1815. On that woeful day a cruel, cruel fire, they say, into her bones was sent. It dried her body like a cinder, and almost turned her brain to tinder. 1798. Return variant 13, 1836. Tease said, a child was in her womb, as now to any eye was plain. Tease said, her lamentable state even to a careless eye was plain, alas! Her lamentable state 1798, 1820. 1827. Return variant 14, 1836, she was 1798. Return variant 15, 1820. Oh me! 10,000 times I'd rather that he had died, that cruel father. 1798. Return variant 16, 1820. Last Christmas when we talked of this, old Farmer Simpson did maintain, that in her womb the infant wrought 1798. Return variant 17, 1827. No more I know, I wish I did, and I would tell it all to you. 1798. Return variant 18, 1827. There's none that ever knew. 1798. Return variant 19, 1827. And if a child was born or no, there's no one that could ever tell. 1798. Return variant 20, 1827. There's no one knows, as I have said. 1798. Return variant 21, 1827. I've described. 1798. Return variant 22, 1845, in faith. 1798. Return variant 23, 1798. In truth, it was 1800. The edition of 1815 returns to the text of 1798. Return variant 24, 1827. And what's the pond? And what's the hill of moss to her? And what's the 1798. Return variant 25, 1800. I've heard the scarlet moss is red. 1798. Return variant 26, 1845. But then the beauteous hill of moss it might not be the hill of moss, but then the beauteous hill of moss, but then the speckled hill of moss. 1798, 1827. 1832. Returning to the text of 1798. 1836. Return variant 27, 1827. But 1798. Return variant 28, 1845, is buried. 1798. Return footnote the 19th of March, 1798. William and Basil and I walked to the hilltops. A very cold bleak day. William wrote some lines describing a stunted thorn. Dorothy Wordsworth's Alfoxden Journal. Ed. the 20th of April. Walked in the evening up the hill dividing the coombs. Came home the Crookham way, by the thorn, and the little muddy pond. Dorothy Wordsworth's Alfoxden Journal. Ed. Return to footnote mark sub footnote I. Compare in Burger's Pfarrers Takta. Drei Spanin lang and see Appendix V. Ed. Return contents Goody Blake and Harry Gill. A true story. Composed 1798. Published 1798. The poem written at Alfoxden. The incident from Dr. Darwin's Zoonomia.if. See Erasmus Darwin's Zoonomia, Volume 4. pp. 68–69, ed. 1801. It is the story of a man named Tullus, narrated by an Italian, Sina L. Stagosi, in a work called Il Narratore Italiano. I received good information of the truth of the following case, which was published a few years ago in the newspapers. A young farmer in Warwickshire, finding his hedges broke, and the sticks carried away during a frosty season, determined to watch for the thief. He lay many cold hours under a haystack, and at length an old woman, like a witch in a play, approached, and began to pull up the hedge. He waited till she had tied up her bundle of sticks, and was carrying them off, that he might convict her of the theft, and then springing from his concealment, he seized his prey with violent threats. After some altercation, in which her load was left upon the ground, she kneeled upon her bundle of sticks, and raising her arms to heaven, beneath the bright moon then at the full, spoke to the farmer, already shivering with cold, "Heaven grant that thou mayest never know again the blessing to be warm." He complained of cold all the next day, and wore an upper coat, and in a few days another, and in a fortnight took to his bed, always saying nothing made him warm. He covered himself with many blankets, and had a sieve over his face as he lay, and from this one insane idea he kept his bed above 20 years for fear of the cold air, till at length he died. In the advertisement to the first edition of Lyrical Ballads, Wordsworth says, "The tale of Goody Blake and Harry Gill is founded on a well-authenticated fact which happened in Warwickshire." The following curious letter appeared in the Ipswich Magazine of April, 1799, Ipswich, the 2nd of April, 1799. To the editors of the Ipswich Magazine. Gentlemen, the scarcity of coal at this time, and the piercing cold of the weather, cannot fail to be some apology for the depredations daily committed on the hedges in the neighborhood. If ever it be permitted, it ought in the present season. Should there be any farmer more rigorous than the rest, let him attend to the poetical story inserted in page 118 of this magazine, and tremble at the fate of Farmer Gill, who was about to prosecute a poor old woman for a similar offense. The thing is a fact, and told by one of the first physicians of the present day, as having happened in the south of England, and which has, a short time since, been turned by a lyric poet into that excellent ballad. From 1815 to 1843, this poem was classed among those of the imagination. In 1845 it was transferred to the list of miscellaneous poems. Ed. The poem text variant footnote line number O. What's the matter? What's the matter? What is tea that ails young Harry Gill? That evermore his teeth they chatter, 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 chatter still. Of waistcoats Harry has no lack, good duffel grey, and flannel fine, he has a blanket on his back, and coats enough to smother 9. In March, December, and in July, tea's all the same with Harry Gill, the neighbors tell, and tell you truly, his teeth they chatter, chatter still. At night, at morning, and at noon, tea's all the same with Harry Gill, beneath the sun, beneath the moon, his teeth they chatter, chatter still. Young Harry was a lusty drover, and who so stout of limb as he? His cheeks were red as ruddy clover, his voice was like the voice of three. Old Goody Blake was old and poor, ill-fed she was, and thinly clad, and any man who passed her door might see how poor a hut she had. All day she spun in her poor dwelling, and then her 3 hours' work at night, alas! 'Twas hardly worth the telling, it would not pay for candlelight. Remote from sheltered village green, on a hill's northern side she dwelt, where from sea blasts the hawthorns lean, and hoary dews are slow to melt. By the same fire to boil their pottage, 2 poor old dames, as I have known, will often live in one small cottage, but she, poor woman, housed alone. 'Twas well enough when summer came, the long, warm, lightsome summer day, then at her door the canty dame would sit, as any linnet, gay. But when the ice our streams did fetter, oh then how her old bones would shake, you would have said, if you had met her, 'twas a hard time for Goody Blake. Her evenings then were dull and dead, sad case it was, as you may think, for very cold to go to bed, and then for cold not sleep a wink. Oh joy for her! Weener in winter the winds at night had made a rout, and scattered many a lusty splinter and many a rotten bough about. Yet never had she, well or sick, as every man who knew her says, a pile beforehand, turf or stick, enough to warm her for 3 days. Now, when the frost was past enduring, and made her poor old bones to ache, could anything be more alluring than an old hedge to Goody Blake? And, now and then, it must be said, when her old bones were cold and chill, she left her fire, or left her bed, to seek the hedge of Harry Gill. Now Harry he had long suspected this trespass of old Goody Blake, and vowed that she should be detected, that he on her would vengeance take. And oft from his warm fire he'd go, and to the fields his road would take, and there, at night, in frost and snow, he watched to seize old Goody Blake. And once, behind a rick of barley, thus looking out did Harry stand, the moon was full and shining clearly, and crisp with frost the stubble land. He hears a noise, he's all awake, again, on tiptoe down the hill he softly creeps, 'tis Goody Blake, she's at the hedge of Harry Gill. Right glad was he when he beheld her, stick after stick did Goody pull, he stood behind a bush of elder, till she had filled her apron full. When with her load she turned about, the byway back again to take, he started forward, with a shout, and sprang upon poor Goody Blake. And fiercely by the arm he took her, and by the arm he held her fast, and fiercely by the arm he shook her, and cried, I've caught you then at last. Then Goody, who had nothing said, her bundle from her lap let fall, and, kneeling on the sticks, she prayed to God that is the judge of all. She prayed, her withered hand uprearing, while Harry held her by the arm, God, who art never out of hearing, oh may he never more be warm. The cold, cold moon above her head, thus on her knees did Goody pray. Young Harry heard what she had said, and icy cold he turned away. He went complaining all the morrow that he was cold and very chill, his face was gloom, his heart was sorrow, alas! That day for Harry Gill. That day he wore a riding coat, but not a whit the warmer he, another was on Thursday brought, and ere the Sabbath he had three. 'Twas all in vain, a useless matter, and blankets were about him pinned, yet still his jaws and teeth they clatter, like a loose casement in the wind. And Harry's flesh it fell away, and all who see him say, 'Tis plain that, live as long as live he may, he never will be warm again. No word to any man he utters, abed or up, to young or old, but ever to himself he mutters, poor Harry Gill is very cold. Abed or up, by night or day, his teeth they chatter, chatter still. Now think, ye farmers all, I pray, of Goody Blake and Harry Gill. 1 2 3 4 5 6 am 5 10 15 20 25 30 35 40 45 50 55 60 65 70 75 80 85 90 95 100 105 110 115 120 125 Variant 1 1802 Old 1798 Return Variant 2, 1836. This woman dwelt in Dorsetshire, her hut was on a cold hillside, and in that country coals are dear, for they come far by wind and tide. Remote from sheltering village green, upon a bleak hillside, she dwelt, where from sea blasts the hawthorns lean, and hoary dews are slow to melt. On a hill's northern side she dwelt. 1798 1820 1827 Return Variant 3, 1820, dwelt. 1798 Return Variant 4, 1827, wood. 1798 Return Variant 5, 1836 and 1798 Return Variant 6, 1827 The byroad. 1798 Return Footnote A. Compare the many entries about gathering sticks in the Alfoxden woods, in Dorothy Wordsworth's journal. Ed. Return to footnote mark contents Her eyes are wild composed 1798. Published 1798. Written at Alfoxden. The subject was reported to me by a lady of Bristol, who had seen the poor creature. If. From 1798 to 1805 this poem was published under the title of The Mad Mother. In the editions of 1815 and 1820 it was ranked as one of the poems founded on the affections. In the editions of 1827 and 1832, it was classed as one of the poems of the imagination. In 1836 and afterwards, it was replaced among the poems founded on the affections. Ed. Stanza text variant footnote line number I. Her eyes are wild, her head is bare, the sun has burnt her coal-black hair. Her eyebrows have a rusty stain, and she came far from over the main. She has a baby on her arm, or else she were alone, and underneath the haystack warm, and on the greenwood stone, she talked and sung the woods among, and it was in the English tongue. 5:10 Sweet babe. They say that I am mad, but nay, my heart is far too glad, and I am happy when I sing full many a sad and doleful thing. Then, lovely baby, do not fear. I pray thee have no fear of me, but safe as in a cradle, here my lovely baby. Thou shalt be, to thee I know too much I owe, I cannot work thee any woe. 1523 A fire was once within my brain, and in my head a dull, dull pain, and fiendish faces, 1, 2, 3, hung at my breast, and pulled at me, but then there came a sight of joy, it came at once to do me good, I waked, and saw my little boy of flesh and blood, oh joy for me that sight to see. For he was here, and only he. 125-34 Suck, little babe, oh suck again. It cools my blood, it cools my brain, thy lips I feel them, baby. They draw from my heart the pain away. Oh, press me with thy little hand, it loosens something at my chest. About that tight and deadly band I feel thy little fingers pressed. The breeze I see is in the tree, it comes to cool my babe and me. 35-40 VO. Love me, little boy. Thou art thy mother's only joy, and do not dread the waves below, when o'er the sea rock's edge we go. The high crag cannot work me harm, nor leaping torrents when they howl. The babe I carry on my arm, he saves for me my precious soul. Then happy lie, for blessed am I, without me my sweet babe would die. 45-56 Then do not fear, my boy. For thee bold as a lion will I be, and I will always be thy guide, through hollow snows and rivers wide. I'll build an Indian bower, I know the leaves that make the softest bed, and, if from me thou wilt not go, but still be true till I am dead, my pretty thing, then thou shalt sing as merry as the birds in spring. 255-67 Thy father cares not for my breast, 'tis thine, sweet baby, there to rest, 'tis all thine own, and, if its hue be changed, that was so fair to view, 'tis fair enough for thee, my dove. My beauty, little child, is flown, but thou wilt live with me in love, and what if my poor cheek be brown? 'Tis well for me, thou canst not see how pale and wan it else would be. 65-78 Dread not their taunts, my little life, I am thy father's wedded wife, and underneath the spreading tree we two will live in honesty. If his sweet boy he could forsake, with me he never would have stayed, from him no harm my babe can take, but he, poor man, is wretched made, and every day we two will pray for him that's gone and far away. 75-89 I'll teach my boy the sweetest things, I'll teach him how the owlet sings. My little babe, thy lips are still, and thou hast almost sucked thy fill. Where art thou gone, my own dear child? What wicked looks are those I see? Alas! Alas! That look so wild, it never, never came from me. If thou art mad, my pretty lad, then I must be forever sad. 85-90 XO. Smile on me, my little lamb. For I thy own dear mother am, my love for thee has well been tried, I've sought thy father far and wide. I know the poisons of the shade, I know the earth nuts fit for food, then, pretty dear, be not afraid, we'll find thy father in the wood. Now laugh and be gay, to the woods away. And there, my babe, we'll live for aye. A 95-100 variant 1, 1820, breasts. 1798 return to variant mark variant 2, 1832. I will be, 1798 return footnote. For myself, I would rather have written The Mad Mother than all the works of all the Bolingbroks and Sheridans, those brilliant meteors, that have been exhaled from the morasses of human depravity since the loss of paradise. STC to W. Godwin, the 9th of December 1800. C. William Godwin, His Friends and Contemporaries, Volume 2. PL 4. Ed. Return to footnote mark contents Simon Lee, the old huntsman with an incident in which he was concerned. Composed 1798. Published 1798. This old man had been huntsman to the squires of Alfoxden, which, at the time we occupied it, belonged to a miner. The old man's cottage stood upon the common, a little way from the entrance to Alfoxden Park. But it had disappeared. Many other changes had taken place in the adjoining village, which I could not but notice with a regret more natural than well considered. Improvements but rarely appear such to those who, after long intervals of time, revisit places they have had much pleasure in. It is unnecessary to add, the fact was as mentioned in the poem, and I have, after an interval of 4 to 5 years, the image of the old man as fresh before my eyes as if I had seen him yesterday. The expression "when the hounds were out, I dearly loved their voice" was word for word from his own lips. If. This poem was classed among those of sentiment and reflection. Ed. Text variant footnote line number in the sweet shire of Cardigan, not far from pleasant Ivor Hall, an old man dwells, a little man, 'tis said he once was tall. Full 35 years he lived a running huntsman merry, and still the centre of his cheek is red as a ripe cherry. No man like him the horn could sound, and hill and valley rang with glee, when echo banded, round and round, the halloo of Simon Lee. In those proud days, he little cared for husbandry or tillage, to blither tasks did Simon rouse the sleepers of the village. He all the country could outrun, could leave both man and horse behind, and often, ere the chase was done, he reeled, and was stone blind. And still there's something in the world at which his heart rejoices, for when the chiming hounds are out, he dearly loves their voices. But, oh the heavy change, bereft of health, strength, friends, and kindred, see. Old Simon to the world is left in liveried poverty. His master's dead, and no one now dwells in the hall of Ivor, men, dogs, and horses, all are dead, he is the sole survivor. And he is lean and he is sick, his body, dwindled and awry, rests upon ankles swollen thick, his legs are thin and dry. One prop he has, and only one, his wife, an aged woman, lives with him, near the waterfall, upon the village common. Beside their moss-grown hut of clay, not 20 paces from the door, a scrap of land they have, but they are poorest of the poor. This scrap of land he from the heath enclosed when he was stronger, but what to them avails the land which he can till no longer? Oft, working by her husband's side, Ruth does what Simon cannot do, for she, with scanty cause for pride, is stouter of the two. And, though you with your utmost skill from labor could not wean them, 'tis little, very little, all that they can do between them. Few months of life has he in store as he to you will tell, for still, the more he works, the more do his weak ankles swell. My gentle reader, I perceive how patiently you've waited, and now I fear that you expect some tale will be related. O reader! Had you in your mind such stores as silent thought can bring, O gentle reader, you would find a tale in everything. What more I have to say is short, and you must kindly take it. It is no tale, but, should you think, perhaps a tale you'll make it. One summer day I chanced to see this old man doing all he could to unearth the root of an old tree, a stump of rotten wood. The mattock tottered in his hand, so vain was his endeavor, that at the root of the old tree he might have worked forever. You're overtasked, good Simon Lee, give me your tool to him I said, and at the word right gladly he received my proffered aid. I struck, and with a single blow the tangled root I severed, at which the poor old man so long and vainly had endeavored. The tears into his eyes were brought, and thanks and praises seemed to run so fast out of his heart, I thought they never would have done. I've heard of hearts unkind, kind deeds with coldness still returning, alas! The gratitude of men hath oftener left me mourning. 1 2 /3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 ABC 5 10 15 20 25 30 35 40 45 50 55 60 65 70 75 80 85 90 95 Variant 1 1827 I've heard. 1798 Return to Variant Mark Variant 2, in editions 1798 to 1815 the following is inserted, of years he has upon his back, no doubt, a burthen weighty, he says he is 70, but others say he's 80. A long blue livery coat has he, that's fair behind, and fair before, yet, meet him where you will, you see at once that he is poor. Return Variant 3, 1827, 5 and 20. 1798 Return Variant 4, 1845 and, though he has but one eye left, his cheek is like a cherry. And still the center of his cheek is blooming as a cherry. 1798 1820 Return Variant 5, 1827 No man like him the horn could sound, and no man was so full of glee, to say the least, 4 counties round had heard of Simon Lee, his master's dead, and no one now dwells in the Hall of Ivor, men, dogs, and horses, all are dead, he is the sole survivor. Worn out by hunting feats, bereft by time of friends and kindred, see. Old Simon to the world is left in liveried poverty. His master's dead. 1798, 1827. The fourth stanza of the final edition being second in 1827, and the second stanza being third in 1827. Return variant 6, 1827, race. 1798. Return variant 7, of strength, of friends, and kindred, c. In MS Letter to Alan Cunningham, November, 1828. Return variant 8, 1832. His hunting feats have him bereft of his right eye, as you may see, and then, what limbs those feats have left to poor old Simon Lee. He has no son, he has no child, his wife, an aged woman, lives with him, near the waterfall, upon the village common. His hunting feats have him bereft of his right eye, as you may see, and Simon to the world is left, in liveried poverty. When he was young he little knew of husbandry or tillage, and now is forced to work, though weak, the weakest in the village. 1798, 1820. Return variant 9, 1798. But 1820. The text of 1832 reverts to that of 1798. Return variant 10, 1827. His little body's half awry, his ankles they are swollen thick, his legs are thin and dry. When he was young he little knew of husbandry or tillage, and now he's forced to work, though weak, the weakest in the village. His dwindled body's half awry, his ankles, too, are swollen thick, and now is forced to work, his dwindled body half awry, rests upon ankles swollen thick, his legs are thin and dry. He has no son, he has no child, his wife, an aged woman, lives with him, near the waterfall, upon the village common. 1798, 1800, 1815, 1815. 1820. Return variant 11, 1845. But what avails the land to them, which they can till no longer? But what saith he, avails the land, which I can till no longer? But what avails it now, the land which he can till no longer? 'Tis his, but what avails the land which he can till no longer? The time, alas, is come when he can till the land no longer. The time is also come when he can till the land no longer. 1798, 1827, 1832, 1837. 1840. See return variant 12, 1827. Old Ruth works out of doors with him, and does what Simon cannot do, for she, not over stout of limb. 1798. Return variant 13, 1840. Alas, 'tis very little, all which they can, that they can. 1798, 1837. Return variant 14, 1815. His poor old ankles swell. 1798. Return variant 15, 1820. And I'm afraid. 1798. Return variant 16, 1820. I hope you'll. 1798. Return variant 17, 1798. Think, in the editions 1832 to 1843. Return variant 18, 1815. About the route. 1798 Return Variant 19, 1820 Has oftener. 1798, 1805 Return footnote. Note that the phrase, "but oh the heavy change" occurs in Milton's Lycidas. Professor Dowden. See Lycidas, L37. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote B. Compare Shakespeare a sonnet, no xxx. When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past, and in Spenser's an epitaph upon the Right Honourable Sir Philip Sidney, Knight, Lord Governor of Flushing. Farewell, self-pleasing thoughts, which quietness brings forth. Ed. Return footnote C. See Appendix 6. To this volume. Ed. Return contents lines written in early spring composed 1798. Published 1798. Actually composed while I was sitting by the side of the brook that runs down from the combe, in which stands the village of Alford, through the grounds of Alfoxden. It was a chosen resort of mine. The brook ran down a sloping rock, so as to make a waterfall, considerable for that county, and across the pool below had fallen a tree, an ash if I rightly remember, from which rose perpendicularly, boughs in search of the light intercepted by the deep shade above. The boughs bore leaves of green, that for want of sunshine had faded into almost lily-white, and from the underside of this natural sylvan bridge depended long and beautiful tresses of ivy, which waved gently in the breeze, that might, poetically speaking, be called the breath of the waterfall. This motion varied of course in proportion to the power of water in the brook. When, with dear friends, I revisited this spot, after an interval of more than 40 years, this interesting feature of the scene was gone. To the owner of the place I could not but regret that the beauty of this retired part of the grounds had not tempted him to make it more accessible by a path, not broad or obtrusive, but sufficient for persons who love such scenes to creep along without difficulty. If. These lines were included among the poems of sentiment and reflection. Ed. Text variant footnote line number I heard 1,000 blended notes, while in a grove I sate reclined, in that sweet mood when pleasant thoughts bring sad thoughts to the mind. To her fair works did nature link the human soul that through me ran, and much it grieved my heart to think what man has made of man. Through primrose tufts, in that green bower, the periwinkle trailed its wreaths, and 'tis my faith that every flower enjoys the air it breathes. The birds around me hopped and played, their thoughts I cannot measure, but the least motion which they made, it seemed a thrill of pleasure. The budding twigs spread out their fan, to catch the breezy air, and I must think, do all I can, that there was pleasure there. If this belief from heaven be sent, if such be nature's holy plan, have I not reason to lament what man has made of man? 1-2b 5-10 15-20 This Alfoxden Dell, once known locally as the Mare's Pool, was a trysting place of Wordsworth, Coleridge, and their friends. Coleridge thus describes it, in his poem beginning this lime tree bower, my prison addressed to Charles Lamb, the roaring dell, o'erwooded, narrow, deep, and only speckled by the midday sun, where its slim trunk the ash from rock to rock flings arching like a bridge, that branchless ash, unsundy and damp, whose few poor yellow leaves ne'er tremble in the gale, yet tremble still, fanned by the waterfall. Of all the localities around Alfoxden, this grove is the one chiefly associated with Wordsworth. There was no path to the waterfall, as suggested by the poet to the owner of the place, in 1840, but, in 1880, I found the natural sylvan bridge restored. An ash tree, having fallen across the glen, reproduced the scene exactly as it is described in the Fenwick Note. Ed. Variant 1, 1837, Suite 1798. Return to Variant Mark Variant 2, 1837. If I these thoughts may not prevent, if such be of my creed the plan, if this belief from heaven is sent, if such be nature's holy plan, from heaven if this belief be sent. 1798, 1820. 1827. Return footnote A. See the Fenwick Note to a whirl blast from behind the hill P238. Ed. Return to footnote mark. Footnote B. See Appendix 7. Ed. Return contents to my sister composed 1798. Published 1798. Composed in front of Alfoxden House. My little boy messenger on this occasion was the son of Basil Montague. The larch mentioned in the first stanza was standing when I revisited the place in May 1841, more than 40 years after. I was disappointed that it had not improved in appearance as to size, nor had it acquired anything of the majesty of age, which, even though less perhaps than any other tree, the larch sometimes does. A few score yards from this tree, grew, when we inhabited Alfoxden, one of the most remarkable beech trees ever seen. The ground sloped both towards and from it. It was of immense size, and threw out arms that struck into the soil, like those of the banyan tree, and rose again from it. Two of the branches thus inserted themselves twice, which gave to each the appearance of a serpent moving along by gathering itself up in folds. One of the large boughs of this tree had been torn off by the wind before we left Alfoxden, but 5 remained. In 1841 we could barely find the spot where the tree had stood. So remarkable a production of nature could not have been wilfully destroyed. If. In the editions 1798 to 1815 the title of this poem was, Lines written at a small distance from my house, and sent by my little boy to the person to whom they are addressed. From 1820 to 1843 the title was, To my sister, written at a small distance from my house, and sent by my little boy. In 1845 and afterwards, it was simply to my sister. The poem was placed by Wordsworth among those of sentiment and reflection. Ed. Text variant footnote line number. It is the first mild day of March, each minute sweeter than before. The redbreast sings from the tall larch that stands beside our door. There is a blessing in the air, which seems a sense of joy to yield to the bare trees, and mountains bare, and grass in the green field. My sister, 'tis a wish of mine, now that our morning meal is done, make haste, your morning task resign, come forth and feel the sun. Edward will come with you, and, pray, put on with speed your woodland dress, and bring no book, for this one day we'll give to idleness. No joyless forms shall regulate our living calendar, we from today, my friend, will date the opening of the year. Love, now a universal birth, from heart to heart is stealing, from earth to man, from man to earth, it is the hour of feeling. One moment now may give us more than years of toiling reason, our minds shall drink at every pore the spirit of the season. Some silent laws our hearts will make, which they shall long obey, we for the year to come may take our temper from today. And from the blessed power that rolls about, below, above, we'll frame the measure of our souls, they shall be tuned to love. Then come, my sister. Come, I pray, with speed put on your woodland dress, and bring no book, for this one day we'll give to idleness. 1 2 3 5 10 15 20 25 30 35 40 The larch is now gone, but the place where it stood can easily be identified. Ed. Variant 1, 1837, an 1798 Return to Variant Mark Variant 2, 1837 Than 50 years of reason, 1798 Return Variant 3, 1820, May 1798 Return Contents Expostulation and Reply Composed 1798. Published 1798. This poem is a favorite among the Quakers, as I have learned on many occasions. It was composed in front of the house of Alfoxden, in the spring of 1798. I.F. included among the poems of sentiment and reflection. Ed. Text line number Y, William, on that old grey stone, thus for the length of half a day, why, William, sit you thus alone, and dream your time away? Where are your books, that light bequeathed to beings else forlorn and blind? Up, up, and drink the spirit breathed from dead men to their kind. You look round on your mother earth, as if she for no purpose bore you, as if you were her first-born birth, and none had lived before you. One morning thus, by Esthwaite Lake, when life was sweet, I knew not why, to me my good friend Matthew spake, and thus I made reply. The eye, it cannot choose but see, we cannot bid the ear be still, our bodies feel, where'er they be, against or with our will. Nor less I deem that there are powers which of themselves our minds impress, that we can feed this mind of ours in a wise passiveness. Think you, mid all this mighty sum of things forever speaking, that nothing of itself will come, but we must still be seeking? Then ask not wherefore, here, alone, conversing as I may, I sit upon this old grey stone, and dream my time away. 5 10 15 20 25 30 Footnote O. In his advertisement to the first edition of Lyrical Ballads, 1798, Wordsworth writes, the lines entitled Expostulation and Reply, and those which follow, arose out of conversation with a friend who was somewhat unreasonably attached to modern books of moral philosophy. Was the friend Sir James Mackintosh? Or was it A much more probable supposition, his friend, St. Coleridge, ed. Return to footnote mark contents the tables turned an evening scene on the same subject. Composed 1798. Published 1798. Included among the poems of sentiment and reflection. Ed. Text variant footnote line number up. Up, my friend, and quit your books, or surely you'll grow double. Up, up, my friend, and clear your looks. Why all this toil and trouble? The sun, above the mountain's head, a freshening lustre mellow through all the long green fields has spread, his first sweet evening yellow. Books. 'Tis a dull and endless strife. Come, hear the woodland linnet, how sweet his music. On my life, there's more of wisdom in it. And hark! How blithe the throstle sings. He, too, is no mean preacher. Come forth into the light of things, let nature be your teacher. She has a world of ready wealth, our minds and hearts to bless, spontaneous wisdom breathed by health, truth breathed by cheerfulness. One impulse from a vernal wood may teach you more of man, of moral evil and of good, than all the sages can. Sweet is the law which nature brings. Our meddling intellect misshapes the beauteous forms of things, we murder to dissect. Enough of science and of art, close up those barren leaves, come forth, and bring with you a heart that watches and receives. 1, 2, 3 AM 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 Variant 1, 1820 Up. Up, my friend, and clear your looks. Why all this toil and trouble? Up, up, my friend, and quit your books, or surely you'll grow double. 1798 Return to variant mark variant 2, 1815 and he is. 1798 Return variant 3, 1837, these. 1798 Return footnote a medieval anticipation of this may be quoted in a footnote. Believe me, as my own experience once said Saint Bernard, you will find more in the woods than in books. The forests and rocks will teach you more than you can learn from the greatest masters. I quote this, as sent to me by a friend, but the only passage at all approaching to it which I can verify is the following: Quid in scripturis valle, quid in is spiritualiter sentit, maxime silvis it in agris meditando it orando se confitur excepis, it in hoc nullos aliquando se magistros habis nisi quercus it fagos joco illosuo graciosu inter amicos diceusalit. See the appendix to Mabillon's edition of Bernardi Opera, 2. 1072, S. Bernardi Vita, it res gesta, aucturagililmo. Ed. Return to footnote mark contents the complaint of a forsaken Indian woman composed 1798. Published 1798. When a northern Indian, from sickness, is unable to continue his journey with his companions, he is left behind, covered over with deer skins, and is supplied with water, food, and fuel if the situation of the place will afford it. he is informed of the track which his companions intend to pursue, and if he is unable to follow, or overtake them, he perishes alone in the desert, unless he should have the good fortune to fall in with some other tribes of Indians. It is unnecessary to add that the females are equally, or still more, exposed to the same fate. See that very interesting work, Hearne's Journey from Hudson's Bay to the Northern Ocean. When the northern lights, as the same writer informs us, vary their position in the air, they make a rustling and a crackling noise. This circumstance is alluded to in the first stanza of the following poem. WW 1798. At Alfoxden, in 1798, where I read Hearne's Journey with deep interest. It was composed for the volume of lyrical ballads. If classed among the poems founded on the affections, ed. stanza text variant line number I. Before I see another day, oh let my body die away. In sleep I heard the northern gleams, the stars, they were among my dreams, in rustling conflict through the skies, I saw the flashes drive, and yet they are upon my eyes, and yet I am alive. Before I see another day, oh let my body die away. 1 2 3 5 10 2 My fire is dead, it knew no pain, yet is it dead, and I remain, all stiff with ice the ashes lie, and they are dead, and I will die. When I was well, I wished to live, for clothes, for warmth, for food, and fire, but they to me no joy can give, no pleasure now, and no desire. Then here contented will I lie. Alone, I cannot fear to die. 1523 Alas! Ye might have dragged me on another day, a single one. Too soon I yielded to despair, why did ye listen to my prayer? When ye were gone my limbs were stronger, and oh, how grievously I rue, that, afterwards, a longer, my friends,